Stinky. Hello. Hi, hi. Oh, that's a big one. Hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm tired. I got stuck in a traffic jam for at least half an hour. I hate it. But I'm okay. Hope you are doing good. Hi Nexus, hi Strata. Sorry for being extremely late today. Dang it. Dang it. I also... Yeah, the OBS thing is back just now, but it didn't last as long. But this time I have to reconnect or reset the stream key for a little bit for it to work, so yeah. But it works still, and I'm finally here. After a while, I'm late for at least an hour and 30 minutes. Sorry. But yeah, I hope you are doing good. Thank you, Nexus. More pets. And pet from China too? I like pets. My brain shut down for a little bit. Oh shit. What do I want to do again? Oh right, art. I'm gonna listen to this one again. The best music. I guess I'm still coughing just a little bit. You do like pets, don't you? But of course. And Kobo like yip. Oh, pets, sorry. And I haven't heard a single happy yip. Kobo is tired. But also I do like what's happening outside now. It is heavy rain outside, and yeah, heavy rain's good. And thunder, or rumbling thunder. It's not even it's not like big thunder. I like. Looking forward to more art. I'll try to do more art today. I'll see if I can finish legs and Ixon's blep, and then next I'll color. Oh yeah, which one should I do first? I think I need to finish up Merps first. Merp emote, I need to add hoodie, so essentially it'll become like a half body emote now. Yeah, Merp requested it. Well, actually paid me to do it, so it's like, I'll do it. So after, I guess the sequence would be, yeah, legs, blep, Ixon blep, and then Merp. Yeah, Merp touch up. Merp touch up. And then Breaky Nexus or Nexus Breaky. Something like that, I'll do it. Where's my pencil? I haven't changed the screen yet. I'm all over the place. Okay. There it is. But one question I have is... I honestly has never drew a spider before. I'm kinda curious how it's gonna work. A spooder blep, huh? It's gonna be an interesting one, but I'm not too sure how it's gonna work. The face looks circular though. Like these marks. Oh, eyes and gems, okay. Do I need... I'm probably gonna need to look at the real spider. which I'm a little bit afraid. I'm spending some time cleaning the room, so I will mostly be listening for a while. All good. All good. And speaking of, I do need to clean up my room. Yeah, I'm gonna clean up my room too. Let's see if I can do it tomorrow. or the day after. Let me try to look for some spooder. They are kind of scary looking. Oh. I am slightly afraid of spooder, yeah, but it's not too bad. Oh, hi Dusty, hi Tingje. Just stop by to say hi at work now. I don't think I want to show spider pictures on stream. Is it okay? No, I don't want to trigger arachnophobia. I have mild, but it's not that bad, so I can still look at it. They always have 4 eyes? But legs doesn't look like they have 4 eyes. Oh wait, no, this one only has 2. Oh, some of them have 2. Why do you have owl face? Oh, it feels weird. Oh, inside mouth. I will. Good luck with work too, Tingte. Oh, shading. They provide this one. Cool. I don't know how to shade though. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Their face is generally round. Generally, and they have something like teeth claw. Yeah, most of the spooder have like something like this teeth claw. Wait, no, there's like 2 claws protecting middle. Huh? I'm confused. I should have done my due diligence. Okay, I should have done it. I didn't. Maybe I'm being too lazy. I cannot keep doing this. Yeah, give me a second. Hello, Brian. Hello. Welcome. I'm looking at spiders' pictures, trying to understand how legs work. Yeah, it's like two big teeth in the middle. And then at the side teeth like this is slightly more slender and long. Something like that. Oh, fangs, right. I'm gonna show a spooder picture. I don't know if this is real. Is this a real spider? I'm gonna show a spider picture in a while. If you don't want to look at it, please look away for a bit. Until I say it's safe to look, then it's fine. Alright? I'm showing spider pictures now. Like exterior teeth to help pull food towards the mouth. Try looking at some cute spider photos as well for reference. I'm looking at are real? I'm looking at like macro shots. You know, like super up close. Jumping spider. And arguably the most adorable. So jumping spider, huh? Cute? How cute are they? Macro? Oh no. This is so... Oh no. This is like a... Oh no. Okay, don't look at that. They are kind of cute. Okay, they are kind of cute. They are kind of cute. Oh, they're fluffy too. Shit. That is fluff, right? Sort of a fluff. You love them? Honestly, I cannot say I love them, but I'm not having goosebumps looking at them, so it's okay. I have a tad bit fear of spooters. They jump to capture prey instead of building webs, and they're teeny. They look very, very small. Yeah, you can look in like the... Is this skin? It's like a skin particles? God, they're small. They're really small, yeah. That's the match. One to 22 mm? That's so small. So I guess I can sort of take this as a reference somehow. Their face is more square-ish. You notice that? Yeah, their face is more square-ish. It is more square-ish. I should have done my due diligence beforehand. Sorry. I'm still looking at spider pictures. I'm definitely up way past my bedtime, so I'm asleep now with you in my ears still. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Brian. Have a good sleep, Pooh. Also, hi, Salo. Squish. I can squish. Hello. Spoober. Kobo. Boop. There's one boop in there. Hi, Jake. Kobo, can I send you a picture? Sure. Yeah. I'm okay with that. No, don't squish me. Hey, too late. On Discord or somewhere? Yeah, I think this works. I might have to put this picture into Krita though. Put it in here, put it in here. Shit, I have to download it. No. Image is new tab. Save image. Boop. Close this one. I think I'll use that one as reference and see what I came up with. I mean, I'm done looking at spider pictures, but there's spider in Krita now as reference. Hi, Rada. Hi, Essie. Hello. I hope you are doing good. Hi, Evie. I got this. Oh, I still haven't found my pencil. Shit, why did I throw it? Oh. I found it. I sent you a picture. Take a look at it when you can. Okay. No, I'm looking at it. 妖气转身，敌人被击败后会化身独角金龟。Okay, it's evil.
Hey, hello, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, Thank you, thank you.
It's open. Sorry. It says defeated enemy will become golden turtle unicorn? Golden turtle unicorn? That's 独角金龟. The last 4 words? Yeah. I don't know why. It's Hong Kong game. It's Hong Kong. Must be some mistakes going on there. Whoa, it's milk. I'm good, just getting my butt kicked in another crab's treasure. I'm seeing a lot of people playing it. The first time I've seen people play is Tubo. It definitely looks like a cute Dark Souls game. Crying in Helldivers, I feel you on the butt kicking. How goes practicing squeaks? I haven't been squeaking. Okay, let me try this. Does it not work? Oh, okay. Get the line color. I just realized something. Whenever I change the size of the brush, it becomes like sharp and blur, which is not good, to be honest. Okay. And since the head shape is more square-ish, oh yes, hello. Wait, my brain just reset. I forgot what I want to say. I'm okay. I'm okay. It happens sometimes. It's like, oh, I want to say something, and then it resets. I don't know what I want to say. It's just gone. I cannot do circles as much anymore. Oh, how squishy. I delivered the brain rot. I always have brain rot. It's fine, it's normal. So I think head shape should be something like... Right? It looks that way. Maybe not that much outside. Spare this space. I'm not too sure how Buddha works. It doesn't look like he has snoot, right? So it's just gonna be 2 fangs right outside here, and then middle teeth that's like super big in the middle. But if I were to follow this one, it's right below eyes. So let's say I put eyes here with gems. Okay, 3 gems. It's like very basic sketch tool. Oh, Scylla is tough. I forgot how hard it is. I think that works. Can't really see the gem, so it will stop around here. And then the triangles, it's like here. But I don't want to make it like so sharp here. Of course, during sketch, I'll do it like a kind of thing. Oh, I remember what I wanted to say. I meant to say I want Salo to demonstrate squeaks so that I can learn from the master. Perspective. Ooh, eyelashes? Fancy. I honestly think eyelashes fit Spooder a lot. Oh, gems on the side, so it should be around the eye line. So here. And then fangs here. I'm not sure if I want to just follow the mouth like this, or do I do it like this? You know, there's like a difference. In the middle it's like super thick, but then Lex doesn't have like super thick mouth. I can do, you know what? I can just do it first, and if Lex wants to change it, I can always just be like, I'll help them. It's so exactly right outside, so here. This one should be like a lot smaller. Sometimes I tilt my head when I breathe in to pinch my throat in different ways. For the squeak? I should stop by your stream more so that I can catch you squeaking. That sounds kind of scary. Wait. I mean no ill intent. There's no ill intent intended. It feels like I'm just disrespecting the lines at this point. My old habit. Disrespecting the lines. Wait, spider doesn't have the snoot line? Yeah, line blocked here because there's usually snoot, so that's why this part is blocked. But now Spooder don't have that. So the eyes go still? I guess I can start to mouth it around this area. I'm disrespecting the line so much at this point. So can I just do like a very simple? Super simple. Oh my god, I forgot to ask. I should have asked first, honestly. That what kind of tongue does leg has? I'm thinking whether if I should put... Sorry, I was looking at WeChat just now. I was looking at my family chat. Something happened to the nephew. Nephew has really bad temperament. Like, the thing is... I think I'm keeping the eye like this. A little bit... Milk. So, I'm disrespecting the line somehow? Yeah. But since... Sorry. Spooder doesn't have snoot, so... I think it's fine. Then the gems is visible, right? The gems should be visible. So if gems are visible, this is the middle line. And if that is the middle line, I'm disrespecting the line on like the first perspective. Oh. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Oh, this one sticks out. So line should be like this then. The middle line. Yeah, then this one doesn't make sense. Should be like... Okay, you know what? Change it. It's okay. We're trying to follow the first line. Follow the second line, sorry. Do I want to give another cross-eyed blep? I kind of like cross-eyed blep. You know, like this one, cross-eyed. And Brecky's also cross-eyed, I think. Yeah, Brecky's also cross-eyed blep. I should give more cross-eyed blep. Why not? I think there's any need to do this first. I'll keep it. I have to add this one. I feel like it would fit the smoother, but let's not add, you know. It's not my character. I have to respect the character. I have to respect the design. No, don't do that. Sorry. Wonder why it doesn't stop. I've been coughing for months now. Okay, maybe not. Sorry, maybe not another cross-eyed blep. I still like a normal eye, normal sort of looking at this way. Because why not? Mouth. The spider has tongue? Do spider have tongue? Oh no! Actually no, spiders do not have a tongue. How does leg even blep? Oh no! Uh-oh. Coughing can last a while. Hope you get better soon. It does look like it can last for a bit. But thank you. Hopefully I'll get better soon. In the meantime, you should drink more water. Hi, malicious magpie. In the same sense we do, their mouth parts chelicere, endites or maxilla, coxiopalpi, palpi feelers or labium, sort of tongue, act to manipulate prey and form the mouth. Like this? I don't understand how this thing works. Plumpies. Oh, plumipus. Whoa, this is advanced type of shit. Rub schnooze together. Ooh! Kobo schnoo? You could ask Lex what they want instead of a tongue. You could try to destroy Lex happy. I could ask if... I mean, it is our character, right? It is character. I could ask, like, if Lex want to put tongue for her character. And if they want it, they could put it like a fork tongue, normal tongue, spike tongue, which one, you know? But if Lex says no, they don't want tongue, then I could ask her. I could ask them what she wants, what they want. But I think it should be Lex eepy sleepy time now. Should ask first. Didn't realize this. I was gonna be at Lex. I realized that Spider doesn't have do you want to give your character a tongue? Or would you like me to draw another expression other than blapping? Does it work? Does it work? I have to wait for the reply though for this one, so I might have to like put away for now. I still have Ixon's one. A kind of... Oh, would you like me to draw another expression other than blabbing? Works, right? I'm gonna send. It's not scary. Okay, it's not scary. I can't. Sending messages online is so scary. It's always so scary. But I have to say though, I'm liking the current character design currently. Like I could refine some of the things. Like, sorry, give you a more smooth, rounded head, but not. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more. Oh, guidelines. Wait. Parallel line, this one? Oh, maybe not. It's being blocked. But it looks very rounded here. Maybe legs is round head. Round-headed spooter. So I'll give them like... something like this maybe? And then do a clean one first before... True. True. I think having this is pretty good. But I don't need to fix this one. No, I don't like that. Wait. And spiders with eyelashes is gonna get me acting up. Hi, Toy Sasas. Welcome. Oh, that was almost perfect. That's good. Wait, no, the other way around. Yeah. hope the continuation of the line is not too obvious. It's a little bit there though. Hi, Panda. Hello. Do the alien dance? Well, I don't know what alien dance is, but... Oh. Don't mind my hand going to my head, though. It shows you the chat preview. Oh, it totally does. It's here. Oh my god, I don't see it on my chat preview. Here, look at this. See? It says alien dance. I think I might have messed it up when I reset the stream key today, because the emote now shows in a different way. Does it? No, it doesn't. Weird, but I see it now. In the chat preview, at least. I feel like the face shape is a little bit weird. Why am I doing this? I forgot line 2, it's a strong thing.
Not.
Yeah. Mateo. Hi, Cheesecake. Hello. Hey, hey. Draken. I don't want to shave because I have laser hair Tuesday, but I have school tomorrow and super patchy. Oh. Oh, on Tuesday you have laser hair, which is like tomorrow. Isn't laser hair like some sort of a surgery? They just stab you? Huh? Oh wait, I mean you're kinda right, it's laser. You get zapped by laser. Does it prevent you from growing hair again? That's what it does, right? Mm-mm. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Also, I hope you're doing good, Cheesecake. Draken. I don't like having facial hair and needing to shave so often. Yeah. And it makes having a facial routine annoying, right? I felt that one. I totally felt that one. Feels a little bit too far. Maybe the jam should be longer, but not thicker. Longer jams? Here. Yeah, I have to look at it at the chat preview. Must have been a stream key thing. My OBS was behaving weird again before I stream. Something is wrong. It doesn't look good. Nah, I don't like. Gems are not supposed to be this hard, I feel like. I know what's up. I feel stressed out because it's too close to the line. It's a surprisingly nice perspective. Oh, there are not diamonds per... They are not really diamonds though. But I kinda like it as diamonds though. I'm just gonna pretend that they are diamonds. I hope Lex doesn't hate me for this. The jam kinda looks a little bit weird, I feel like. I want this one to be slightly longer. They were pretty aligned, but mine is like not really aligned. This makes sense. How does 3D space work again? I don't think that's how it works. Wait, it has to be though. Hi, can we Dragon Eyes? I see you've taken a liking to Ultra Q OST. Yeah. It good. I like. It very nice. It's on both sides, right? Oh, both sides. Because this one's to the left, this one's to the right, this one's to the left because of perspective. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna finish until here first, and then I'm gonna wait for Lex's reply. I mean, this one is definitely my favorite music. I also like all the combat music. And of course, Castlevania. No Nia. There's no Castlevania. Oh, it's long short. Wait. How does neck work? Let's see if I add this. Spider blep? Spider blep? Spider blep. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't. Oh, pet. Thank you, Nexus. Look into the void. I don't know how I feel about this. Is this legs? Everything. I don't know why it feels so weird. Oh, this part is too empty. Wait, why? It's lacking something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we put this as default first, right? Like all of these, it's a default, and see what Lex replies. If Lex is able to provide a tongue for the spooder, then it's like I'll just add the blep. If not, then because I did ask if they want another expression. Yeah, tongue. A spooder is no tongue. Google told me that the spooder no tongue. What did I press? So that's why I'm very confused. But for this one, I'll keep it like this for now. But of course, it's not gonna be like the ending sketch. I'll see if Lex wants like a blep or change the expression to something else. But for now, let me put this away. And now it's Ixen. Well. Ixen Maya? Yes, Ixen Maya. Stink. I only have these two pictures. This one. This one is Ixen, right? Can I crop it? Oh, man, why is that last 7k climb so long? Which 7k? What 7k? Why is the tool that's used to move these things? Things get so tight you have to tidy them up. It's neat. I know, right? I miss that feeling. Reference image. That big. Oh my god, look at the picture. It's so big. Let's delete this for now. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Ixen's too big. I'm putting them small, which is fine because I can just zoom in. Green eyes? Yellow eyes? Uh-oh. But it's okay, I'm not doing color. It's a pin icon. Just found it. This one. Reference image too? Oh! Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god, look at Ixen being a scary ducken. Yeah, that quotation mark? I agree. Being a scary ducken. Why is that duck shit lemon tea? Wait, this is a picture I found. I'm gonna post into Maymay's. Duck shit lemon tea. I'm sorry, I was looking at WeChat for a little bit on in my family's chat. This is what I saw. I mean, the rest looks pretty normal. Like coconut milk lemon tea, brown sugar bubble tea, and then your duck shit lemon tea. It's like, what? It's the first time I heard of duck shit. I'd heard of cat shit coffee. Now there's duck shit lemon tea. I don't understand this word sometimes. Yeah, my reaction exactly. Why are you there? Oh, okay. I just realized, is Ixon like some sort of... What's with the cybernetics? Ixon is cybernetics, but not here? Over here, Ixon looks like a normal dragon. Tira will make one lemon tea? What, you want Kobo shit lemon tea? Nah, I mean, before Kobo shit lemon tea, it could be bunny shit thing. But bunny shit stuff first before anything. Because bunny is a real creature, Kobo aren't real. Well, Kobos are real, but they are not real. You know what I mean? Oh, that was good though. Next is whatever he feels like that makes him hard to pin down. Oh, people keep wanting to harvest Kobo juices for gender serums. Salo, help! We're both kobolds. Please don't take Kobo juice. We make the chocolate you're eating. I'm scared. Oh, hi, Ixon. Because Ixon has as many cybernetics as the plot demands at any given time. And also as many as he feels like. So Ixon is like a red dragon, but he can change depending on the situation, question mark? Yo? What if I draw Ixon as a kobold? I can fuck a proto dragon. Yes? Ayo? Hey, cheat! No, mine. I haven't called dips yet, but mine. You're gonna get permission for all my kobolds? I'm one of your kobolds. It's fine. I'm one of your kobold. It's fine. I pressed the wrong button. None is such a cute emote, no, not gonna lie. Bitch, I'm a bird. To ask you kobolds. But can I take away one? No, no, wait, no, mine. No, no, I'll bite your ankles. I'll bite your ankle. Your ankle will be mine. I'll bite Jade's ankle. You know there's such a thing as chicken feet, right? It's a delicacy. Yeah. Them's frightened words. Them's frightened words. I'm eating chicken feet. But for real though, it's like it's an actual delicacy. 凤爪 they call it. See? 凤爪 chicken feet. It's good stuff. Oh, you put green chili in there? Oh, what kind of psychopath are you? I mean, it works, but it doesn't look good. Oh God, I crave. I want. 卖了10几年鸡爪的阿姨教我蒜香鸡爪。Yeah, none is great. Not my paws. That's not your paw, Ixon, I'm pretty sure. Is it? No, it's not. See, it's not. Different. Different. No, different. I wouldn't eat Jade's feet without permission, though. But Jade's trying to steal Draken. If Jade trying to steal Draken, then I'll bite ankle. 凤爪. I'll bite ankle. See, now I'm just like, oh, everyone faces this way for bleps. What if Jade gets a front view? And Jade better not eat me. Would Jade eat dragon though? Wait, how big is Jade? Like bird wise? Because Kobold is 160M, right? Like if we were talking about character settings here. Small enough for me to mount. I thought that's me, huh? Huh? What? So F 12th floor? You don't delete messages. Actually, you can. No, Jade, that's me. Sorry, not Jade, Exon. So F 12 E to CM. Oh Jesus fucking Christ, 365 CM? Oh, Jade is huge. Timeout at me. You got it, boss. No, I don't have to timeout Ixon. You are 3 times my size. And a little bit more. I'm only 160M and then you are 365. So three kobolds and it's still not your height. 56? That's 1 kilometer. Inilah 1 kilometer, tak boleh sudah. Susah sangat, besar sangat. Macam mana ini, saya tak boleh hagu-hagu. But 56 feet though. And that means I can just crawl around Draken. I can crawl around Draken. Ixon is as big as he needs to be. So essentially, Ixon is free will character. It's like a character in your dreams where you can be whatever you want. That's nice. Oh, let me go Telegram real quick. Yeah, I did it. Uh-huh. He's not bound by this mortal plane. For a dragon, it makes sense. Hi, Astral. Astral. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if I could send my Sona. I mean, DM is always fine. I hope you're doing good, Astro. Look at the little mouse. I'm a bit more solid than that. Yeah, how tall is Nexus then? Height for any occasion? Yeah. Sometimes even like little 3-inch long lizards that cats bring inside sometimes. It's always been playing for an hour. I'm gonna let this music play for 6 hours at least. Usually it's just proportionate to whatever the other friend is talking to. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? This is a secret. No one knows what's going on. Don't worry about it. Okay. Art. It's art time. What am I doing? Just do art. It's fine. So, Ixon... I'll draw Ixon close to my way then, right? It's not gonna be like cool like this. Probably not. But I'll still draw Ixon as very dragon-like. I'll try anyway. Alligator snoot? Okay, I'll keep the snoot like this, of course. Yo, what kind of eyes do I want? I cannot decide. Oh, example Nexus never measured? I would assume since Nexus is Wyvern is like way bigger than kobolds, right? They are dragons. I can't decide. More fierce like. Or bigger. Given our ages, I'll say that Nexus is about the same size as Ixon. 56 feet? Your snoot is... Oh, this one is clearer. I kind of want to try out something. Wait. Sorry. I want to try out... What if I give Ixon some sort of a... How do I draw... Oh shit, I forgot to draw front view dragons. Do you know what? Nah, don't even fuck with it. Don't even. I could try next time if I want to. Because I realized dragon front view can be really cool. Oh, front view can be really cool, but it has to be dragon looking down, right? If dragon is facing like straight forward, it's gonna be jank. Well, it's not jank, but it's gonna be a little bit, you know. Oh, let me see if I can find an example. I remember me retweeting a Twitter post. But I cannot show my Twitter on stream because I don't want to get banned. Dragon straight forward is almost as goofy as circle forward. Forward facing dragons, we love them still. Oh no, my Twitter. My Twitter. I mean, they're all dragons, alright, but wow. I think it's probably gonna be very long. Very far away post. But I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it's not that far away. Yeah, this is like the prime example of front-facing dragons that looks really fucking cool. This one. Like I mentioned, you have to make a dragon face down. Because front-facing, it's the foreshortening of things. Yeah, looking down helps a lot. Because if you look straight to the camera, the foreshortening is gonna do some janky stuff. I assure you. Foreshortening, very scary, but can be very useful sometimes. Yeah, and the horns too. Just looking down, everything shows off really good for dragons and for most creatures with snoot. Right, most creatures with snoot. If you want goofy shots, go for this one, right? I think it's... Yeah, just go as close as you want, it's fine. Make it goofy. But if you want a cool looking dragon, just face down, it helps. You get all the real estate on top of the head. Damn. You missed? Yeah. Okay, let me try to draw eggs and blepen. Honestly, a Shino is way too long. It looks like a snoot is like in the middle. Oh wait, this is hard to... Is this long enough of a snoot for dragon? It does have the alligator teeth instead of the saber teeth. Also, not this one, but this one then. So it has teeth along here. Okay, I got you. Also, this snoot playing is a joke. You can make it as long. No, not that long, not that long. I love cutesy schnoot. Long schnoot useful for activities. A certain activities that requires. I'll stop. Fuck! I cannot get so sussy on stream. And put schnoot in vacuum cleaner, turn it on. You see what I mean? That's why I just instead make goofy noises. Hey, I do too. Oh yeah. Did Lex reply? Not yet, okay. Need to double check because I don't know when. Said how. Because here is like sharp front, so I assume it's something like this. But the shape here should be a little bit different. I feel like. It looks like it's. Just throw it out first, and then if I need to change anything, I'll change it. Oh, does it look so weird? Oh no. I'm messing on everything, I feel like. That's not... Alright. Oh, it's this, it has... I'm scared. Something looks really wrong here. It should be like this because the rectangle is here. this line. I think that's how Snoot works. Is it? Kinda. Oh, you know what? Let me put in some pictures here. Oh, let me look at... This one reminds me of Nexus's Snoot as well. I was searching for... Yeah, it has that. So I wasn't too far off, but why does it look so weird? But it has this, you know, the line here, but maybe not that much. It's called a beak. It's a half beak. Right. Of course it's not. It's a beak. What am I thinking? The shape. Of course. That doesn't help much about that. But yeah, that's a beak, alright. Close to this, right? Yeah, close to this. It has this near, and then... Oh, maybe it's like... Yeah, if I consider this... I didn't mean to open up Steam. This is why I get for putting Steam right beside Crater. No, don't look at my Steam. Thanks for the happy. Definitely has a nay room. What's a nay room? Oh my god, adding you on Steam right now? Just on the screen. Add me on stream. Add me on Steam. Are you on Steam? Did I add Jade? Wait, I did. Time to find a Steam. I remember I have Astro as friend as well, I think. Yeah. My brain. My brain. Oh my god. You know, sometimes I want to scream Ixen's name as well. You don't have me on Steam. Do I not have Ixen? It's K. Oh, I don't have Ixen! I'm bad! Add a friend. See, thing is, if I search for Ixen Fire, is it gonna happen? Oh, it does. Yes, just did. Did I just dox? Wait, did I just personal information dox DD? Sent for real? Yo, oh! Block! Block! No, except friend. Is that amorous? I don't think I have amorous. Do I? Anarcube. Oh, I have Anarcube, but I never really played it. I played 40 minutes of Anarcube. No, there's no amorous. No, I'm not looking through your Steam game list. I'm looking through mine. These are mine. These are mine. Amogus. Oh, of course, I forgot about this game. Amorous is not safe for work. Oh, shit. It's okay. I don't have it here. It's fine. Oh, Audition. Yeah, Audition is already gone. It's a fun game, but it's not that good. Wait, I have this game. Wait, I have Beast of Bermuda? I played for 60 minutes. What the fuck? It's alright. The title is fine. Amorous is safe for work in Steam version. Oh. And Twitch has a category for it. It's safe enough? I don't trust it. Ooh, BPM. Ooh, Blush Blush. Like, I was happy about this game until they turn into human. And they immediately stop playing afterwards. Like, why would they turn into human? Fuck that. Brain bread. Oh, I totally forgot about this game. Brock, Investigator. Now, Century is a really good dragon game, but because it's PvP oriented, so I just stopped playing it. Chessimator is fun. Hey, look, changed. Take a new story. Is it out? I thought it's out on like May something. They add Eddie into the story. Oh, Cheap Haven was funny. Changed good game though. Cannot wait for the special edition to come out. Oh, Crab Champion is fun. What the fuck is this? Creative Destruction. I played for 81 minutes. Oh yeah, Buckle and Drive. CT bought this for me. It's like, here, try it out. a car that can spin and do Hadouken. Totally normal game. Changed right. Change is good. It's not safe for work, but it's borderline. It's not safe for work. It's a horror game. That's changed. I stopped playing Call of the Lamb after my first playthrough. This is a really good game. Dance of Fire and Ice. Blocks on Fire. Adolfai is good. The horror you might get banned on Twitch. Oh, Adolfai is good. Oh yeah, Deer Simulator. This one, fun. Yeah, Change is fine on Twitch. But the special edition is not, I'm pretty sure. Special edition is not safe on Twitch. It is definitely not safe. Because I played it. Spec It? Oh yeah, special edition is very and not safe for work. Hey, but it's so good though! I cannot wait for the full release. Oh yeah, I haven't finished this one yet. Dragon's Dogma Dark Horizon. Need to continue it Sunday. And Mario and Dragon time? Don't buy this game. I wasted 20 something ringgit to buy this. I still need to play it, yeah. It's tough for me to see Kobo Care. It's here. I think Kobo Care is here, unless I hide it. Then it's not here. But I have the game. Oh, this one is fun, but I think the online is dead, sadly. It's like a meme fighting game. Oopsies. Oh, I remember I was at the point super obsessed with Forager. Oh, wasn't there a Gigantic Rampage edition? I used to play a lot of Gigantic. Yeah, see, I played 15 hours of it. But then they stopped, and now Gigantic is back. "15 hours only. I'm not Yola." But yeah, there's it's quite broken at the moment. Is it like character broken or like bug a game breakingly broken? HMH? Oh, Half Minute Hero. I haven't played this one. I played a little bit of this one. It's super fast paced. Hollow Cure? Never played it. Don't know what this is. I played Idol Champions of the Forgotten Realms because I have a dragon character or Dragonborn character. Eventually I stopped playing it. Oh, I'm Scared is good, but it just gets it gets a little bit too much towards the end, sadly. Or like it gets a little bit too predictable. Inside the back rooms. Oh, Inscription is good. Never played this one. Insaniquarium? Nostalgia. Also do I have Hunt and Snare. It's kinda expensive though. Jellycar is good. Jellycar World. I have all my recorded noises in there, if you remember. Pickety packety boom. Oh, Kill with Fire. Oh, this game is funny as hell because it's my third game that it's a third game that I stream, and it broke my PC when I tried to burn everything. Inside, never played it though. Yeah, never played it. I think there was a time where it was free and we took it. If that Inscription play, I finished Pony Island. Never played the Hex. Pony Island is really good. I love 4-4 breaking stuff. Inside is really good. Nice. Maybe someday I'll try it. Oh, Kaichu is good. I remember streaming this. Super adorable. Very recommend playing it at least once. Not very long. Got it. Then, yeah, someday. Kitaro Fables, it's a fun game, but it feels like it's lacking some endgame content. It feels like it could be more, but they stopped working on this game, sadly. It's fun. King of Fighter, I used to be a huge King of Fighter fan because of King of Dinosaurs. No Kobo Care, I've hidden it, I think. Yeah, I must have hidden it. Wait, let me check something. K-O-F. Oh, the website is gone. Oh no, it's here. Is cover 15 matchmaking still broken? Is the website not here anymore? Oh yeah, the website is gone. But there used to be like a... There used to be this website called is King of Fighters 15 matchmaking still broken? For shame? No, I have it! Don't search for it on stream. I used to play King of Fighters 13 on phone? How do you play King of Fighters on phone? It no longer is available anymore. Kobo does have it, just check. I have it. I played it for a long time. Oh, for quite a bit. But yeah, I think the matchmaking is still broken. It's really bad. It's so stupid. It makes me stop playing the game. The website was frequently cited on Steam reviews for the game. Oh, warning potential buyers not to buy the game until the issue was fixed. As of December 2023, the website is still online now, saying the issue was resolved in August. Oh! It's resolved! Wait, can I play the game now? I can play King of Fighters 15? It's resolved. I don't need to sit down for 6 hours and only play 10 matches. Oh, fuck. Oh, I should check it back out. Because I gave King of Fighters 15 so many chances and it never works. I sit down for 2-hour session, cannot find a match. I sit down for 6 hours, only find like 10 matches. So I stopped playing it. I always try to find friends to play Killer Instinct with, and no one. Oh, Killer Instinct, you have to play the Windows version. You have to play this version of Killer Instinct. There's a lot more people playing it. Ew. Kurzpell. Oh, Kurzpell, what is this? I play for I play for 5 hours? What the fuck is this? I don't know what this is. It never occurs to me that I played this game before. How long is it? K-U-R-T. 2019 is the last I played. It has been a while then. Oh, Learn to Play is fun. I love Left 4 Dead. It's really good. Little Company, the game that made me cry. Little Nightmares, never played it. A nice April Fool's joke. We all love it. 84 minutes. This is a really good game, this one. Well-made April Fool's joke. I wish they made more. Marvel's on stream. Metal Hellsinger. Used to play Medan Master for a little bit. Don't know what this is. Mighty Goose. Metal Slug. I love Metal Slug. And then all the Monster Hunters here. Monster Sanctuary is really fucking good. Highly recommend to check it out. Melatonin. Melatonin is fun as hell. The music is really good. Yeah. It's so cozy. Do you have Angel Scaly Wings? Yeah. Believe it or not, I love rhythm games. I play it like I used to be Osu maniac, but now not anymore. During my middle school years, I play Osu almost every day. Like every day non-stop because it's fun. Hey, Mustache there? Mustache is fun. Yeah, now I'm just Kobo maniac. Oh, Nine Punch Man. I used to play this with my sisters. We have 4 people, right? Sister, and then me. And then we all play 9 punch mode, we don't know what we're doing, but this game is fun as hell. I kinda stopped playing Neo. It takes too long. Okami. I wish I could play Osu, but my manic twitchy hands won't allow me to press the buttons. Yeah, it's tough. I used to have so many hand cramps when playing Osu. And then I played for a few years, and then I can handle play fast musics. Pentadragoon. Oh, I forgot about Oxenfree. Oh shit, I think last time I played this game was I was still in KL, studying in university. The story of Oxenfree is so fucking good. Think Undertale, think Sans. This game behaves like Sans does, but without all the save and everything. It remembers your choice, this game, and I love it. 9 Punch Man. 9 Punch Man. Ori and the Will of the Wisp. I never finished Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Did I? 17 hours. 8 hours. Yeah, I don't think I finished them. I was better also, but I play a lot of Audition Online. Audition Online is fun. I play Audition C though, because it's Southeast Asia server. Never played Zumba. Rhythm Haven, never played it. Crypt of the Necrodancer, love the game. I love playing as Arya, it's fun. And I played High Street 5, Auto Jam, it's also really good. I've seen so many playthroughs of Ori, so good. Maybe I should replay Ori someday. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about Ori. I should like start a fresh new game and then just go through the game on stream together. In Power World? I should get back into Power World. There's a lot of updates now. I played for 70 hours? Shit. What is this? I played for 2.3 hours? What is this game? Peekaboo? New Genesis. I love this game, but it's too big. Poppy Playtime, played it, I hated it. So scary. But ever since I heard the scandal of Poppy Playtime's developer using cryptos and shit, stopped supporting this game. So that's why I stopped playing it. PVZ, best game, finished it. Oh, Polybridge is fun. Pony Island is really fucking good too. I especially love games when they break the fourth wall. I need more fourth wall breaking games. If anyone knows any, please recommend some. I would love to play them. Project Winter is fun. I played it with a bunch of my friends in KL. But because back then I was still so scared, so eventually I stopped playing it. Realm Grinder. Oh yeah, Rhythm Doctor is good! Resident Evil, fun games. Oh, Wreath of Rain. Hey, Saurian. Uh-oh. What, this? I played for 119 minutes? Sakura Clicker. Damn, I was thirsty, huh? Wreath of Rain returns. Oh hey, Sega Genesis Classics. I'll play Power World, but my friends won't stop trying to feed me cake. Please feed me cake. I want to eat cake. Good. You can break my fourth wall. Ori is so freaking hot. I don't think Ori is hot though. I mean, it's alright. I assume you played Stanley Parable? Yes, it's super good. Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 made me like the game. I mean, I assume it's a good game, it's just that because the scandal of developers supporting cryptocurrency and shit just made me hate them. I'm not into those stuff. Ooh, Song of Horror! This is such a good horror game! I played this for like 2 weeks, I think. It's super good. Just 2 Kobo sharing a cake? What else could go wrong? Yeah, nothing else could go wrong. We're just sharing a cake. What do you mean? Soul Calibur 6. On that online. The Span Repairable Ultra Deluxe. It's so fun. It's so good. The story is so well written. Hey, my favorite game, Super Auto Pets. The game that I cannot handle anymore, sadly. My PC cannot handle Street Fighter 6. Tekken 8, Tekken 7, Sonic Racing. Oh, CT bought this for me, right, I forgot. Sword and Sandals? Wait, I have this game! Oh my god, I have Sword and Sandals! Fun fact. When I was in middle school, I used to go to y8.com or y3.com all the time just to play Sword and Sandals. It's so fun. For whatever reason, just hear the gladiators just shout their lungs off like fuck. It's kind of fun. I like it. The 10 slide. Oh yeah, I played this game all straight on my own and I cried. A lot of dragons in here too. Only one that's playable though. Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I kinda stopped playing it for whatever reason. Oh, this one is cute. That game. Tribal Hunter. I have the game, but it's not my thing. I don't like it. Tooth and Tail? What is this? I played for 2.6 hours? Shit. Oh, Turny Boy commits tax evasion. This one is funny. Ultra Kill, UMVC3, Undertale. I never finished Undertale at all. Never. Because I want to stream this game, but at the same time I am extremely terrified of streaming this game. Extremely terrified because of how Undertale community is. Like they cannot hold back on spoiling the game for blind players. Yeah, that's the thing. They can easily bring in toxic viewers. It's crazy. Ooh, Upturn! Yeah, this one. This is the game before Zeekers is known. But Upturn is where it all started. Remember? Do you know Zeekers? Zeekers is the one that made Little Company. If you haven't played the Upturn yet, I highly recommend. It's so funny and it's so scary at the same time. I know, it doesn't make sense, but man. Highly recommend the Upturned. I could do like a Discord stream for this one because I never played to its entirety, and I heard this game has a few endings. I think a few endings, and I don't know. I don't know much about this game. Believe it or not. Yeah, Discord stream is a good way to do it. I feel like such a good game, but so hard to have a good experience streaming it unless you ignore chat or something. Comedy and horror are not mutually exclusive. What's mutually exclusive? I never played this one before. Oh, this one is like a Twitch game. Vampire Survivors. I unlocked the dragon and I stopped playing it. Whistle. Oh, I remember! Oh shit! Whistle Floating! It's so fucking funny. This game is so good. It's so fucking good. And there's a sequel to this, Shadow of Loathing. I think I have it on wishlist. Whistle heheheheh. We were here. The friendship. Why do I have this? Ooh, Warhammer Vermintide. Yeah, this is the Warhammer Vermintide that I played. It has melee oriented combat and I love it. Yakuza, never finished this game. Maybe someday. I remember when I was streaming this game, I was still streaming in midnight time. Yeah, I was still streaming at midnight time, and every time I stream this one, I will stream until like 5 in the morning, from 11 PM to 5 AM, and it just makes like, ugh. Mutually exclusive means two things can't both be true. So it's either horror or it's either comedy? If two things is mutually exclusive, that means you can only have one of them. If you have one, then you can have the other at the same time. Oh. But this one is really two of them together. I'm not lying. Like, Zeekers is such a genius. I say this multiple times. Oh, they're not mutually exclusive. Oh, okay, sorry. English is hard. Yeah, they can exist together. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Zeekers is so genius for doing that. Because most of the games would just do horror and... Yeah, people would just do horror and go all horror. Which is understandable, because if they think of horror game, they need it to be extra spooky. They want them to have an experience. But Zeekers made it comedy horror, and it's so fucking good. And Little Company is also comedy horror. So is content creator, right? Content warning. English is hard, is fine. Yeah, UMVC tree. I have the palette swap content. Yeah, content warning is not Seekers, it's someone else. I can only speak English, and I agree. English is tough. 有时候觉得我讲华语就好了。It's the company that made totally accurate battle sim. Oh, really? I love Total Accurate Battle Simulator though. I love watching people play it, but I don't play it myself because I don't know how to make things interesting when it's like a sandbox game. Ah, don't look at it. I'm gonna get banned. Don't look at it. No. Find choice in both of those? Oh shit. Look at what I don't know. Yeah, nothing to look at. Steve. Yeah, get jump scared. I literally wasn't looking. Whisper me. Well, chat, you know what to do. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, it doesn't need to whisper. Talking about it in chat is also fine, in my opinion. That's a Discord thing. That's a Discord thing, huh? Oh yeah, speaking of Discord, I should just like, I should DM Salon. It's been like squish Salon. Speaking of, I'm the Discord. Yeah, you should do a Discord Kobo cake. Like everyone with Kobo cake can play together. I mean, that's a start, I guess. But because the game is not safe for work, I have to make it into like a. I need to make a not safe for work voice chat for it then. Although if you read the rules, right? Yeah, I know. If you actually read the rules, I have a certain rule that has a certain channel. No one said anything about streaming it. Isn't it like stream like screen sharing? That wouldn't be a bad idea. That is a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Oh, we don't need to stream. Oh, we don't need to screen share. Screen share. Just get into a multiplayer world, farm some Kobo. Let Kobo farm you. Oh, then I misunderstood again. Just a yipping around. That sounds good. But still, it's a not safe for work game though. I'm probably gonna need like a hidden voice chat so that people can. How would I determine them? Nah, fuck it. I'll just do. I'll just, if this does happen, I'll just go into like gaming chat. They can tie it to D-roll. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. You can set a channel that's only visible if you have the roll. Yeah, I have D-roll. If you don't have D-roll, you can see it. Then that's easier. Drags the poor soul in there. Nah, I won't. Where's my role? Haven't been there for a couple days. I've been sharing stuff. I've been sharing stuff. It's nice. Astalo, you want to roll? Oh, I haven't listened to any classical pieces in a while. I love how art stream is not art anymore. Oh, who just joined the Discord? Who's A? I cannot see who A is. I have streamable enabled and the name has been truncated. I'm gonna tell you what this one like me. Kobold! You will be a kobold! Oh, A! That's you! Of course. Did the names like now heck can squeak you? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so fucking adorable. I'm gonna melt. Oh. God, it's like everything Kobo does is so adorable, I can't. I'm a Kobo though, but still. I was in there before, but wasn't active and needed more room for red emote servers. That's fair, that's fair. It's okay. I understand. I totally understand. Don't worry, don't worry. Red emote. Small. Oh, and Radar Nocturne. Why can I see the name Radar Nocturne, but then the other person, everyone's name has been truncated. Only some people's name is not truncated. Why? I'm honestly just vibing to this music. Or maybe vibing a little bit too much. Here, since I know both of you, I'm just gonna add. Yeah, streamer mode. Nicknames don't, I believe? Oh, okay. I'm an S. Also, I'm in a jar. Salo's in a jar. I can... Salo, if you want, I can give you the roll. You know, D roll. No, I see Salo normally. And Salo is in a jar. D roll. You wanted the roll. They didn't read the rules to its entirety. There's a secret rule that's hidden among the other rules. I need it. You keep trying to squish me. But of course, I have to squish Kobold. Alright, I'll add Salo. No. I'll squeak for you every time. Wow! The yip noises, yeah. I'm not even drawing anymore. Is this an art stream? I doubt it. I'm not drawing anymore. Oh, Ixon has like the middle spikes as well, so like and then horns here? I don't see the rules. Artists take breaks while they draw it, okay? True. Excuse me, where's the rules for this place? Oh, they're right after the yip noises. They'll be straight and then take a right. That's the last channel in that category though. Well, my channel, the channel name is not after yip noises, it's it's something else. It's called... Oh wait, it's the row is the spice bowl. The spice bowl! Yeah, it's still after yip noises. That looks like stat Exon, no? The next one is introduce yourself here. Oh, did you actually don't see the rules? I think rules is... Why don't you see the... Wait, you actually cannot see the rules? Oh shit. That's... weird. Let's see, streaming style. Yeah, it should be above introduce yourself here as the rules. I can look at it. Permissions, view channel, everyone. Yeah, allow members to view this channel by default. It's green. Uh-oh. No, this got stinky. I may need to restart Discord or something. Let me try that. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Don't hi, Tikaka. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I connected to the wrong one. Yip noises is one of my channel. I forgot. I connected, my brain connected to the bad side of horny noise. Yip noises. Yip. I need to. Yip. I don't know anymore. My brain doesn't work. I'll shut up. I'm a menace. I'm a menace of my own. Oh. Fair enough.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
Yark!
I gotta end my yips, don't I? If you want. And this one looks like Sad Ixon. Also, I hope you're doing kitty kaka. Let me add an idea to my bunch of ideas real quick. I love my inspiration. What ideas are you talking about? Why are you looking at the chili oil channel? I'm not! I'm not looking at the chili oil channel! Why am I so sad? No. It may involve an Ixon and you. May. Okay, I take that may as maybe not. Oh, I won though. Apparently I had the Rose channel muted from the last time I was in the server. Oh. Oh, you can mute channels. All good, all good. So long as we find the trouble. So long as we find the problem. No worries, all good. Maybe I shouldn't do a shape like that, but just like a C line. Yeah, just a simple C line horn, yeah. And it's like... But it looks so... Looks like it's missing something though. Right, I'm gonna fill out a form real quick. Oh! Milk.
Kobo, fuck yeah!
It's a U probably for the dipping milk when I inspired. It happens. And don't worry about it. It's just milk though. Well, I'm glad milk can inspire you. Hey, we take inspirations out of nowhere sometimes. Danny Dragon milk. When you put it that way. And Kobo needs a calcium to grow big and strong, right? That's why calcium is very important. That's why I added the redeem so that I can get calcium. Yeah, sorry. I just scratched my mic in the weirdest fashion. Calcium without the ALCI? ALCIC. Oh, come. Ah, well, I mean. Okay. Okay. I need to make sure. I need to make sure. Oh, Ixon has no ears. I would assume the head shape is like this, kind of. Yeah, you don't. How did you hear that? How did you hear that? Oh my god. Ixon can hear but no ears. I mean, Dragon works in mysterious ways. I would believe that, you know, doesn't Dragon don't need ears to listen. Telepathy? There are, I suppose I could have ears if you wish. So if I want to add ears, where would I add it? And now Ixon looks like Kobo. Wait a minute. If I add ears like this, Kobo just add ears. I mean, this kind of looks like Kobo, no? Is it just me? Also, this one is supposed to be like this. Are you okay with this ear? Maybe Ixon's a kobold? Probably. We never know. Visibly antsy kobold who keeps whining at you and making little pitiful noises, but you don't know what they want. I feel like that's me though. I'm looking at kobold posting here. Let me share this to my Discord. Oh, there's a little kobold going on. I like it. I think I should not be posting this to Dragon Sipping Corner. I'm posting this to Memes. That's right, Memes. Anyone's a kobold when a bigger dragon shows up. True. I genuinely don't know. I'm kind of thinking probably not, but also I want to try ears, but I don't want to force things. It's a yip yip. Honestly, it is still up to you. Right? It is ultimately still up to you if you want it or not. Like, if you want to have the ears, I could add it. If you don't want to have the ears, I could Control Z it away. Like this. It's totally fine. How much should I send you for what? There's no need. It's only ears. Greatest magic of undoing. Control Z. I mean it, Ixon. I mean it. It's okay. I'll do it for you. For the both version. I think I can start here for the ear. Oh, I feel like it will actually just be like this. Because it's facing this way. No fluff, right? No ear fluff. You can have ears to have someone nibble them? Yeah! You can also nibble horns. Horns sometimes hurt my snoot. I would much prefer nibbling on ears. Yeah. And I think I actually kind of want to make the horn a little bit thicker than this. It tapers, but I think at the base should be bigger. So something like this. There. A horn befitting of a dragon. You could just nibble my soft parts. That's a lot of soft parts, but I'll take it. Very true, horns tasty. Don't nibble on my grape flavored horn. So this one I can add here. Ears and then like stop being down bad, it's bad for you. Would nibble all the horns? I might. I probably would. I just clamp down and dangle. The same. I don't know, not under arm has ears. I can do both for you, it's fine. I can do one version with ears and the other version without ears. Dragons are mighty creatures capable of transformation. Yeah, that's why. They're cool as heck. Imagine this is the neck. No. Oh, hello? Oh.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
EOS both X and V Wafterg X and V Wafterg X and V Wafterg.
What was that? Oh, love Doug. But of course, even if you didn't do that, I will do it for you. Oh my god. Thank you, Ixon. I guess enjoying the music because I am. I told you I can listen to one music for 24 hours, no problem. So Ixon has the eye. A very slim diamond eye. It's putting me to sleepies. Funny someone else does that. Plays my own hard dubstep. Okay, let me see. I can listen to more Ultra Kill music then. Where's the... Need to find the OST. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think this is the playlist. Oh, jeez. This should be good. I will make it a little bit louder. Who knew cleaning can be so exhausting? It is hard work, I agree. especially vacuuming carpets. I loathed it. Oh god. Yeah, then oof. Vacuuming carpet is definitely the most painful one. Oh, the back spike is very long. So here would still be visible a little bit, I think. It's technically at the back side. The carpets will get stuck, the vacuum will scream, I'll put it and crush the vacuum to something, then it will scream all hell all around. Oof, sounds about right. Also very painful. At least the room looks moderately better for now, still some work left. Vacuum stick cut gently. How do you vacuum gently? Please teach me. Oh, I can't see it. Oh yeah, give me a second. Not my last brain cell. Gonna put the vacuum in the lower setting and barely touching the Kobo. That sounds about right, yeah. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Oh my god, yippee. Yippee, Merp, yippee. Hello. Hello, Merp. Welcome, welcome, Merp. It's Merp. Gonna vacuum your bowls? That is doing wonders to my dandruff. Oh! Hey, that's nice. Maybe... Isn't it hard to see us when you're 12 feet tall, Jay? I mean, I'm not mega small, but a lot of kobolds are mega small. Hey, 7 stream. Thank you, Merp. Yeah, see, Merp is smaller than me. I'm perfectly average 2.5. Oh wait, I'm actually so big. I'm not a kobold, I'm so big though. I mean, having hawk eyesight, a hawk sight helps. Oh, yep, that makes sense. That checks out. so tall. Kobo big. Well, I'm the only one who's 160m. For a Kobo, I'm too big. I need to become smaller. I'm gonna update my Kobo sheet. I'm not. Here, check this out. I made this reference like last year, I think. Yeah, I'm 160m. I'm so big. Very big. Kobo big. Strike wings to a Kobo back and throw them like a bird as they climb the cave into the forest. Chase them after immediately. Why are you throwing? Why are you eating kobold? All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant kobold. Mama Bolt, I'm gonna cry. I want Mama Dragon though. To be fair here, there are 4 feet kobolds. On the very rare occasion, there are even that goes up to 6 feet. Ooh. As a kobold would want to fly. Fair point. Okay, eat me. Kobold wants to fly. But those are usually half-breeds or dragon kobolds. So me being 160m is kind of okay-ish. Don't even give me some kobolds who mix with actual giants. Is that even possible? Oh shit. Let's do a clean sketch. There's a lot of variation in kobold kind. Just roll around in the mess, I guess. Fair enough, fair enough. And since I'm not very well versed in kobold kind, so yeah, it'll be nice to make me learn about kobolds. Kobold appreciate when kobold been told knowledge. Like my Kanjo is 150 cm, almost 5 feet, but he is an Erd, so just very lengthy. Erd? I don't know what an Erd is. Oh gosh, my normal Joe looks like a bit of a duck. Well, how would I change it then? Give me a second. Technically, this one is in front. What if I... Oh yeah, I forgot. Ixen! What will your tongue be? Is your tongue going to be... fork tongue? Or spike tongue? Or normal tongue? Oh, I should draw it out. Is your tongue going to be... this kind of tongue? Or this kind of tongue, I guess? Sort of spiky or like the usual. Kanjo is an earth and a circle of the star druid. That's the cheek. Oh. Earths are kobolds with closer aspect to a dragon, usually defined by having wings. Oh, kobold with wings? Oh my god. extend the Kobo one tongue. Or even able to breathe dragon breath. Oh, that's Earth. That's amazing. Whichever tongue gives it most play. Hey, yo. Yeah, I love fork tongue. Usually long and needly. I love fork tongue. I mean, my Kobo has fork tongue. So I will assume your tongue is... can grab things and pull things. Long and needly, huh? I think I know, I think I know what to do. Is it okay if I link his... Kai Juice? Hi, Juice. And he's on the Earth Body's character page. Oh, sure. You can link it. I would love to look at them as well. Something is not being horny. I want to look at them. Oh my god, mama. I'm okay. Oh wow, Tikaka, you have your own website. That's kinda cool. Yeah, I'm gonna show it here. There be Earths. Kajol. You correct. My Earths, wing kobold. I'm old enough when I keep my own website. That's actually amazing though. Oh, this one? Oh, I love them though. Oh, I love them though. Kajol. Oh, hey, look, it's all the kobolds. A third kobold, Vilu? Kamara and Tomera, very, very precious. Yeah, it's so dynamic. They are so pretty, oh my lord. I know, right? Yeah, check out Tikaka. Tikaka draw a lot of good kobolds, dragons, dragonborns. Yeah. They're so small. Oh, but also thanks for the follow. Appreciate. But hi. Scrunky. They're so shaped. I love them. I love all of them. Okay, Radar. Have a good sleep. Night. Thanks for sharing a lot of kobold stuff. I saw them. Have good sleep. Skrunkly is also my mod bot. Oh, many cuties here. Oh, Kajo is the quiet one. I feel like this in real life. I'll never talk. I'll just be like, That's me. I'll just nod. It's like, The dragons are girlfriends. Oh. So many good designs. I'm gonna cry. He's just happy to listen. Yeah, me too. I'm happy to listen. And I will definitely do this, yeah. I love them. They got shinagis, oh my god. Tikaka has the energy. The energy that I love. Their art so good. Yeah, they're all so cute. Oh, Druid. Nice. Now I know what Earth is. Essentially, Earth is like a Kobo with wings. Then might be more than that, but I'll take that for now. Oh yeah, Ixon says that you have long tongue, right? Boob kajo? Yeah, we boob kajo. Please don't hate me for this. Kajo is a circle of the star druid that uses his wings as a star map. Ah! Oh, wings is star map! Oh my god, the more I know about Kajo. Hi, Doodle Little Finger. I think that's not safe for work long. It's not. Like, it's just tongue. It's not safe for work. Earths equals basically combos with wings. Sometimes better chance to learn magic. So if you look at the kobold right here, this one right here, is there like a subcategory of kobolds, or am I just a kobold? I think I'm just a kobold. You okay with this length of your tongue? You okay with this? Long tongue. There are subcategories, and you are one of those subcategories. That category is mine. I mean, I belong to a lot. Wait, no, wait, don't say that. Need to work more on my art. Oh yeah, after looking at Tikaka's stuff, it just reminds me because it reminds me of my own characters. I have 4 characters, and I want them to have like character dynamics as well. Like their slice of life thing, their stories, and then all my characters living together. I love stuff like that. Like characters you design and then they are living together, their own life. I think that's amazing though. Stuff like that makes me so happy, honestly. I messed up. I don't think that makes sense. No. Yeah, draw them together. Yee. All my Kobos live on the same planet together. Whenever they are not up to shenanigans on campaign centers, it's so hard to make a huge sandbox and just drop your Kobos in there. It's enrichment, right? I just love character dynamics together. You know what? Ixon's tongue can be whatever you wish to be, because Ixon, EP, and can't decide for himself. Generally just whatever looks best to me. Oh shit. I'll take this. I like this one. Let's not mention the world where scaled kobolds don't exist. And gnolls are called kobolds. Those words always annoy me. There's no kobolds? Ew. Mine's a toon tongue, so you could imagine. Toon tongue? I cannot imagine. What would a toon tongue look like? It should be like this. I need to focus on art for a little bit. I've been hacking around too much. Need to finish at least this one. Oh yeah, Ixon needs these thieves, right? Oh yeah, also if you do go EP, I hope you have a good sleep. Hope you have a good sleep, Ixon. Also, I can highly recommend you get a website of your own. The .art domain goes for like €20 per year, where I get mine, so not too expensive. And you can connect it to your Blue Sky to get a cool Blue Sky name. Oh, how would you buy a domain then? Or rent? In this case, rent a domain? I never dabble into something like this though, so I'm kind of curious and confused. Oh, the music is back. Somehow the music is back. Point of view, you are reading V2's description after he killed you 63 times. Why do cashiers have to ask for an ID? I'm only buying 78 ringgit worth of expensive booze. I mean, 78 ringgit is not that much, I feel like. It's not. You pick a domain provider. I use ngel.la. Pick the domain you want and pay them. So rude of them, they should mind their own business, right? It's only 78 ringgit. It's genuinely not much. It's not. Ruble? Listen, it's love for me, okay? Oh, Ruble has been in deep shit for a long time. Oh no, and I mean the booze. If it's like 78 ringgit worth of booze, they shouldn't be bothering you too much because it's not the amount where they should be concerning themselves, to be honest. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to say that that like I don't even know what I mean, but still. Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is they shouldn't be bothering you and asking for IDs when it's not even like 100 more ringgit worth of stuff. Usually in Blue Sky, your username will be username, not Blue Sky, not social. But if your own domain, it can be like mine, just tkk.art. Oh, might not sound much in ringgit, but I just bought 12,000. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Though my friend had to walk me through the process to do that. It was complicated. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. I'll see what can I figure out. But I don't think I can do it anytime soon though, to buy my own domain for now. Like 20 euro could be something like 100 something ringgit, I feel like, or more than that. And I'm trying to save money these days, so probably I'm sorry, probably not now. But it is a good thing to consider. Yeah, something for the future, definitely. It's a good thing too because you get your own domain. And not saying that the Blue Sky, the Blue Sky username, it's not only just for the Blue Sky username, you also have your own website, which you don't need external. You can plug your website, it's easier, and they can look at all your own things over there. Yeah. Just imagine you can get. Jay, you're making me want to do it. You're making me want to do it for some reason. I'm gonna cry. My website is just random photos I take. Which is fair enough, it is still your own archive of things, right? It's always nice to have a place that is safe enough to archive all your things. Just maybe not personal information because, you know, internet is scary. Oh, I know what to do. I think this one just now makes sense. This one like this. Or Linktree. The horny.com. You can just slap your own address to all your drawings instead of on social media that might out of nowhere either crash or burn or change their name. Yep, it is truly on your own hands, not on someone else's hands. So, it is still a good thing to consider. I mostly take photos of cars and planes. Ooh, photographer. Does that make sense? I think it should be longer than this. I've been through a few social media crusades since LiveJournal, but I've learned not to trust social media for too solid of a foundation for your internet presence. I have luckily never been through that, but yeah, that does sound very rough. What I think right now is that this one right here and this one doesn't make sense. This one should be like... But no, though. Because the eyes is here, this one shouldn't be behind. Because I can see the eye. Yeah, fuck. It should be... I hate perspective. Just draw the spikes first. see how I can cheat afterwards. When in doubt, make a 3D model and use that figure it out. What do you mean it's not a sustainable thing for one-off drawing? Hey, it's a fair point, it could work. When I'm not lazy. But then again, it does take a long time to make a model out and then just to look at the perspective. Although to be fair, my first ever blep drawing, believe it or not, is through 3D models. See this? I have this perspective right here so that it's easier for me to work with. I'm using my own model for it. Yeah. So it's easier to get a grip on how perspective works. It's cute. Yeah. Yeah. Dirk, you're gonna go crash 9 good night, Ixon. Have good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. You heckin' bean, dragon bean. We found the best music. Sometimes when I do art, or honestly when I'm streaming in general, I'm always afraid of one thing, and is did I miss any messages or not? But I'm not even trying to. At the same time, I'm not trying to like look back into the chat. So sometimes I don't know I don't know if I'm missing a lot, or I'm missing some, or I'm missing some messages, or did I miss at all? Honestly, I don't know. But it does scare me a little bit sometimes, honestly. Like, But then again, I feel like missing messages when streaming is a very normal thing, I feel like. Because of that? Oh, because of perspective. This part looks so weird. Wait. Because there's a clear line here. Gonna cheat. So I can actually hide this one. Let me try. Until this part right here. Now it looks even weirder. Now with all this cleaning, I didn't actually have breakfast yet. I should do that now. And go eat! Go have breakfast, Nexus. Breakfast important. Do I actually have to do it? I need to make a proper head shape in 3D space though. Oh, wait! Oh my god, I'm such a genius! I have an idea. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Oh, I might be the brightest kobold. Thanks for pet, Nexus. Demo projects. I think it's here. There has to be one. I remember looking at one before. Z-spheres. Wait. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, I mean, it's not much, but I guess I can try. Let me make an adaptive skin. Preview. Oh, my PC's dying. Holy shit. It's only 100k though. It's kind of looking down like this, sort of. The horn determined the whole face then, so it's... Oh. And then horn stops here. So yeah, horn determined the forehead like this. So this one goes straight down and then just like connect here. This one doesn't make sense. This one makes sense, but it's like way below here. And I mean, my snoot does make sense, but this is a broken snoot. But sorry. Oh, it's a remix of Castlevania. Maybe I should fix the snoot. Go straight down. Yeah, I've been disrespecting the line, honestly. Because this line clearly goes down, but I didn't. Here, I think I can fix this. Alright. I think perspective-wise, it looks much better. It looks more pleasing to the eye. Kind of. Alright, Nexus, have good luck. It kind of looks more pleasing to the eye, no? Because this line determines that it goes here. And I always disrespected the line. Slightly, I think, slightly. The perspective is more like... I mean, this one is facing down, but still. That looks a little bit more pleasing to the eye, not gonna lie. Let's fix that. Thank you, Tikaka, for reminding me of the 3D space that I can use. And then it reminds me of like the Z sphere, the default Z sphere in ZBrush that has. That totally works. Yeah, 3D is super handy. I should really learn that Blender and clean my model. Oh yeah, you were making a Torku? A damn bold model, right? Yeah, Torku. And Torku is such a bean. Honestly, combos are just adorable. I love them. I may be biased, but still, I'm a Kobo. Oh, when I was pressing random buttons, I remember, I think it's pressing W. Oh, it's not W. I forgot. There's like one button press, and then it can check your seamless texture. If you're making like a texture, pressing that button and then do the texture can make it feel seamless. It's such a handy tool, but I forgot what button it is. But it's something W. I gotta save first before I try it. Is it Shift W? Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is when you are trying to make like a seamless texture, so you can sort of like line everything up together. You know what I mean? So it looks like. Oh, cancel. What did I press? Oh, I pressed Ctrl W. I just don't know how to use Blender, and the learning curve it's beating me. Oh, it's getting too dark. Knowing Blender, it's probably something like Alt Shift Alt Gr plus N plus W. Yeah, a lot of hotkeys, but I think hotkeys are not actually not the number one concern. It is still important, but not number one. I think to know about what the tool does what is like the worst learning curve right now. Are you working now? Did that mess up mess up? That kind of did mess up. Yeah, fancy, right? Shift W. If you want to make textures, then that's your go-to hotkey. Now it looks. Ooh, the tongue feels weird. Tongue. Here. Yeah. Smooth line instead of like a. anything else? The ear. Maybe don't make it so big. Make it like way smaller. Yeah, I feel like dragon with big ears doesn't really fit. It feels like it's the other species. Yeah, see that already looks much better. God, it feels like I'm butchering Ixen's character. It feels like I'm butchering Ixen Dragon. Oh no. Oh. Should this thing exist? Don't worry, you draw cute. And get hugs, friend. Thank you. How long is this music? Oh, it's extended to 15 minutes. Oh, okay. We start from here. I think ears shouldn't have this line right here. A little bit of indication, I guess, but not connected. I just kind of feel like it doesn't fit. Okay. And then now we get this one. Is it too many? That looks kind of scary though. Even at the front, actually. Oh wait, yeah, I realized the problem with this this brush tool. So if I were to draw something in a lower brush size, it looks a lot more HD here. You notice? So what I had in mind is that if I were to draw something like this, I can make I can un HD this line. So it kind of fits the whole outline, I think. Yeah, that's what I had in mind. They go. The classic. Doot, doot. That's a teeth. I feel I should have a little bit more difference in size. I have some thick one, have some slim one, have some triangular one, have some long ones. Because this one, albeit they all look like the same shape, but essentially they are sort of different in lots of ways. So I think having some variety would be nice. At least it doesn't look boring. Yeah, doesn't look too boring. Smart me. And funny enough, I'm not super good at drawing stuff, but when it comes to use tools, using some certain tools to make the work look okay, I'm your kobold. I can try and think of something to help with the presentation of a certain thing. Using tools. the best music in the game. I think this is pretty Ixon, I feel like. Although, looking from far away, the eye looks weird. Look! Yeah, the eye looks weird. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good call. I think drinking is good. Kobo good with tools when close to self pickaxe. Yeah. Do cats yip? They probably do, if they learn. Oh, 10 push-up and squat? Yeah, cats can yip if they try hard enough. I'll do it! Wait, I wanna... You know what? I'm gonna try playing with opacity here. They are green, right? They are green. Or they can change color depending. But I think the most important thing is the... Actually, let me do the push-up and squat first. Yeah, real quick. Cats are professional yappers, but not yippers. There are no vices in yippology. Yippology. Wow, us yippers are so sophisticated. We are very sophisticated couple. Oh, ad break? The timing is just right. I forgot. I should do this. I'm so good in English. Alright. I'm still here then. I'm okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Oh, no. The I is more like the I in yip, so it's no V. Then the one in ice. Oh. So novices. Novice. Novice. I'm trying to catch my breath. It's already enough to make me feel tired. Oh god. Ooh. Do you even believe that I go play badminton every week? And then a bit of a workout can already make me feel out of breath. I wouldn't believe myself. To be fair, squats are hard. They are, yeah. Be right back. Okay. Take your time. It's alright. But I think this is excellent. This is kind of excellent. Love the tongue though. I feel like the tongue needs more weight on it. You know what I mean? I feel like the tongue should be more... like... yeah, you know what? I do like this more. Yeah, I like this more. I feel like the tongue has weight on it because it's super long. I think you smoosh together the last two syllables when saying it. But I don't think that's a rule, so you're saying it right. Yee! I'm the best. I'm number one. I'm number one English. Maybe? Maybe? I cannot help but feel like the eyes here look so uncanny. 30% of what I use. Oh, hi Overbold. Oh my god, it's Kobo. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Like 30% of the words I use, I learn from others saying it and using context clues. And like 10% of the words I use, I don't actually know the definition of. And I only know English, and it is my only language I can speak. I mean, since English is really hard, I get that. I'm here for breakfast. Hope you're having a wonderful breakfast. And I hope you're doing good too. Hi Lex. 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 Oh, Lex is here. Lex. I have questions. Because for Spooder, it's a little bit different. I noticed that Spooders don't have tongue. And this is what I got for Spooder, but I'm not too sure because Spooder doesn't have tongue. So I'm not too sure. Do you want to have a tongue? Do you want to add a tongue to it, or do you want like a change of expression that I can draw? Oh, does have tongue? What? Google lied to me then. Google sucks. Yay, spooted tongue. I can send away tongue. Okay. Then I can proceed with this, because this is I drew Ixon. Then I drew you first, and then I was like, I don't know if I should add tongue or not. So I just started with Ixon's first. Also, no, don't be sorry. It's okay. I should be the one that is sorry because I didn't ask beforehand. Make it like 50 something. I shine. I'm looking at it far away. The eyes here looks uncanny. The left eye here looks uncanny. Yeah. I think it's uncanny is because of the perspective issue. I can sort of feel like it's a perspective issue, but I don't know how to change it. Flip canvas? What's flip again? Shit. Flip. So rotate. Mirror? Why does it look cursed? What's it look cursed? Wait, why does mirror makes it look like cursed? Left eye, right? 面对着我 正对面的左边是右边，右边是左边。So left eye is this one? Not this one, right? I feel like make them mirrored, make them cross-eyed is good, because I have a few cross-eyed. Here, see, crossing eye looks good. Breggy also cross-eyed. Does Merp cross-eyed? Oh, Merp also had diamond eyes, right? I forgot. Cross-eyed. Nexus doesn't have cross-eyed. Breggy is cross-eyed. I think honestly it could be the snoot. I'm pretty bad with this snoot shape, to be honest. when it's like half big snoot, I suffer a lot. How far the head comes out? The head? Oh, you mean this part comes out? Oh, this part! Yeah, it could be. So if I were to make it smaller... The music is soft as fuck. Oh, this is the entirety of the music. That helped a ton in my opinion. It is perspective issue, and I think this part here is also too much. Yeah, it could be that. The forehead is too big. Gosh, good eye. I think that does help a lot, yeah. Oh god. Wait, I need to change this. Thank you, Overbold. Good eye. You have helped the Kobo. Kobo is very grateful. Like, my only issue with it was the inner eye, and the change before the forehead helped that completely. Welcome back, Kobo. I find sometimes it's not the thing that's bugging me, but the stuff around it. The forehead change is also nice. So I always flip and look at it from a distance. Sorry, no, it's not annoying. You're helping. It's not annoying. It's not. Don't worry. It's helping. It's always nice to have like more person to look at this and tell me like it will be nice if you can tell me what's wrong and I can try to change it. That's always nice. Like, honest. Uh-oh. It kind of looks uncanny again. It kind of looks uncanny again. I think it's this part right here. The eyes is not supposed to be this big, which I think should be around like way smaller than this. You know what I mean? Perspective. Hi, Brecky. Oh god. I love your art though. Oh. Thank you. You know, sometimes I would like to say that I do not excel at 2D art, but then again, my 3D art is it's not that good as well. Yeah. I have a hard time getting out of bed again. Being lazy. It's okay, I get you. I'm also very lazy today. But I was lazy, but I didn't lazy. Yeah. Ooh, I found dragon. Let me put it into dragon snipping corner. I don't know why I'm looking at Twitter. Okay, I did it. Just to try to roll off. No, Beto. I'm doing a weird thing while watching a stream. I am concerned. What kind of weird thing are we talking about? They got a little fucked up. The sketch and color something anything but it's there. Okay, so I received Lex. Thank you for the information. Let me save this one first. Save it like this. Little fork tongue. I like fork tongue. Fork tongue, good. Is it too short? It's kind of cute though. It's kind of cute though. Yip yip. I took 72 random Pokemon and put them in a guy Yip Yip similar to Yiptail, Drama, and Survivor. I'm at 24 Pokemon left. Let me actually read the proper message. I took 72 random Pokemon and put them in a game show similar to a Total Drama or Survivor. Game show? Is it like a game thing? Like a game where you can put a bunch of Pokemon together? It feels too good because it's raining. Yeah. Overboard. Yeah, but why? Oh god. Yeah. Thank you, Overboard. Wow. Oh god. Yeah, thank you, Overboard. I will do a blep for you. Tier Maker is a website. Oh, it's a website. You can send me a character. You can send me your character so that I can blepify them. I'll try my best. Thank you. Although I'll do a non-colored version by something like this though. Should I color? Maybe I could just do flat color as well. Flat color is not hard. Because I do have this. I mean, yes, flat color is not hard. Remember? Also have a color. Flat color. Shit, I need to think if I want to do this or not. Well, I feel like a flat color is not too hard. But Merp's the different case. Merp supported me multiple times. So now I'm doing like a waist up. Oh, welcome back, Salon. Squish. I want squish cobbled. I feel like it's not too selfish, but I feel like a sketch for now is fine. I hope I'm not too selfish. I hope I'm not too selfish for thinking like this. I was watching Zord's recap VOD, trying to piece together what happened to me Friday. Did something bad happen to you? I hope not. I support because I wanna, but I also send. Thank you. Oh god, what an adorable, what a cute kobold. Oh my god. Oh wait, your kobold's name is Iti, not Overbold. Adored. So adorable. You know, I'm biased towards kobolds, but yeah. Oh, Overbold nickname. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's Saturn. Oh god. Hi, Saturn. EP, that's adorable. I think it's ITI. ITI. EP. Nothing bad, just got so overstimulated by dragons I blacked out. I was going around doing stuff and talking to people but just don't remember anything. Oh, it's like a VR chat thing? Dragneil. Shadow Scale. Hi. As a dragon, I'm biased against scaling. That means you like dragons a lot, right? I think. I might be wrong. 有时候英文真的很难哦，我不明白哦。Still waiting for the lightning thunder redeem. No, I'm not putting it back. Scary. Destroyed my PC multiple times. Mr. ETPT. Yeah, that's even cuter. It was Setsuna's meetup and that happened every Friday. Oh, okay, okay. Nice, nice. Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of me. I hope you don't mind if I draw legs like this. Is it okay? Fire for scalies? I think it's supposed to be towards, not against. If I was towards, then it would make sense. Oh. Yeah, English is hard. I hate it. Breakfast has been dealt with. Welcome back. Hopefully you had a nice breakfast. Gotta go. Good luck with the art. Thank you, Satan. Why am I being a grammar and speaking dictator? No, you aren't teaching me English. English is hard. I'm not good. I am Chinaman, alright? 我是潮州人，我不晓讲英語。Because I'm fucking bored or so. So slightly brain dead. That's me all the time. I feel bad, want to laugh. Yeah, that's me too. Like I know the actor double got sent to hospital because of that scene, but it's so well made though. Like what? Like what? Shit, did I say something? Oh god. Is this okay? I hope this is okay. I could add like blackpool. Hello and welcome. I cannot see shit, it's pitch black. Dragneil, thank you. Shadow Scale, you sound like a dragon. That name sounds like a dragon. And you know how Kobo feels towards dragons. It's great, I love the shiny eyes. Thank you. Then I could send this your way. Let me make it slightly bigger. I could try to use this. Don't think I'll be going for the 150k redeem and well, my reference is realism. Like as in your reference is in realistic dragon. You know I'm doing it with my style, right? I don't have much I don't have much. I mean this Kobo right here is like the base or like the style that I'm going for. Or if you want more, I think I can try to find my... Oh shit, let me close this. I could try to find some examples. If I can find any. I have here. This is the first one I have. It will be something like this. Shoulder up. It will be something like this. Very simple, just like a render, and that's it, a picture. Such a cute print, I know, right? They added reverse AI, LGBTQIA. To my knowledge, I think IA is intersex and then A is asexual or ace, if I remember correctly. We love Breen. Yeah. I'm glad I'm right. I'm glad I have the knowledge. A little bit. Although I don't do art as often though. I only do art every Monday. Or sometimes I even skip art. Okay, me gonna go now doing my own Kobo stuff, you know? Bye bye rolling out. Okay. Have fun doing Kobo stuff, Merp. If I can, I'll join afterwards. Did you save the model you were working on? Oh, no. That was not a model. That was just like a default base in ZBrush. Beep Merc Hearts on the way. Yeah. Oh my god, it is raining so heavily. Why today? I feel so lazy, you know? Have you taken a munch break? Not yet. I feel like I'm still okay. It's been 4 or 5 hours, you should eat. Oh, it is 4.5 hours. Shit. You are entirely right. I'm already at maximum exposure. -4. My room is too dark. Why am I doing this? And the sound heavy rain on the roof. Yes! That's very nice. Also, well, I should send this to Ixon as well. You're running a few food required. Enchant with a spooder, a few dirks, a few kobolds, and a secret fourth thing. Cat? You mean cat? Is it cat? Cats are neat. Mean removal. Oh, it doesn't work here. Oh, mean removal looks bad. Yeah. Sharpen. Yeah, sharpen is fine. Just mean removal is like, But sharpen? Sometimes when mean removal is too much, sharpen is the way to go. Because I'm lazy. Gonna make myself some quick newts. Beef or chicken? I like beef. I like beef. I like beef. Only 66k points so far away. Ah. Wait, what is cat? Is it a kangaroo K? Have you saved yet? Nope. Let me save now. Let me save as this one. And then save this one as a PNG for Ixen. Not ox. I cannot see. Wait. Might not be my name, but it might as well be online now. Beef it is? And I will request a Rule 9 inquiry when you get the chance. What is a Rule 9 inquiry? Oh, my rules number 9, you mean? What? Okay, let me check my rule number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, the commission scam? Essentially, it's just when someone like asking to do a commission, you know, like someone goes to a DM, starts with a, "Hi, I like your profile picture. Do you want your character drawn? I have a I am a professional artist." And then they proceed to send like some heavily watermarked 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. If you want it, I can just give it to you. Yeah, stolen AI art. It's just stupid. So yeah, be careful when being asked. Bit different on phone with looks. I understand. If you want, I can give it to you. It's totally fine. But thanks for reading all of them. Yeah, never trust random DMs. It's dangerous out there. Mission scam annoying me so much, it's so obvious, it's frustrating. I know, right? It's so... Can't hide the moment. I'll give it to you. You are... Wait, you are... Direct nail. I'm doing things manually, so it's gonna take a while. I don't trust bots to do stuff sometimes. I'm doing manual. Essentially, I'm just Kobo things, I guess. So this one and also this one. This one. There you go, you should have both rows now. I would DM for that rule, but I'm absolutely scared to start that type of interaction. Oh, true. It can be quite straightforward though, but I feel like if I don't set like because I want people who actually read the rules and not just like press a roll button and then they get the roll, because this thing is quite it's like the spicy stuff, you know. So that's why I understand if people are scared to like interact with me or like just tell me. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to DM in the first place. To be honest, if it's like asking for a roll out of nowhere, I think it's okay. For me, if you would just say like, "Hey, can I get that roll?" If you DM me out of nowhere, it's like, "Hey, I'm in your server. Can I get that specific role?" And then I'm totally fine. You know, I'm okay to oblige. It's totally fine. It's my server's thing, and I think it's totally okay. Can I have the role twice so I can be in the extra spicy channel? I only have one. I'm sorry. I only have one spicy thing. I run a big-ish not safe for work server and there haven't been too many problems, but like I can only imagine how many underage users are just joining and lurking, but there's nothing can be done about that realistically. Yeah. To avoid that as much as possible, I would feel like I know who's in there, and I just think it's better for someone to ask to join the role. Yeah, the server is specifically for not safe for work. My server is not specifically for not safe for work, but I have that so that not only I can share Dragon Simping Corner stuff, I can share some spicy dragon stuff as well. Just Kobo things, you know. For Twitch Discord, yeah, you want to be more careful, right? Yeah, because Twitch, a lot of people in here, you never know. I mean, that's why we sites have that confirmation pop up in the first place. So let's say in the art chat. Ah, truly a realistic dragon. Looks like it's rendered from somewhere. Is it made in Blender? That mohawk, little fin, little side face fin, nice. On the lower jaw tendrils. Ooh, spike on the cheeks. That's a nice looking dragon. Some servers ask for pixel of an ID with info censored, but that also seems kind of like it could be bad. On the other hand, to me, like asking for that seems too personal. Yeah, because you never know like what people can do with personal information like that. It's so fucking dangerous. Like in one way, I get that you want to have like proper ID, proper proof that you are actually of that age, but at the same time, if that information goes to bad hands, the life can be really bad. Really, really bad. Underage people would just hit yes and it's better to be safe. That's why I don't want to just be like, oh, you react to this role, you get the role. You react with this emote, you get the role. I don't want that. I feel like that's a little bit too 太草率了啊！我觉得他们按一个 button 就可以进来就有点闲。I don't know how to say that in English, but something around too easily access to something that's not safe for kids. Yeah. There was a Russian 2D artist, not 3D. Oh, 2D artist. Damn. That's a really good one. Drawn in 2D that has a really good 3D feel to it. The depth is really good. I think the shading helps with the depths. Let's not say something like that. I'm not gonna allow it. I used to do letter commissions, and if people wanted not say forward, I'll ask for ID every time. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, very risky, right? My favorite H test I passed was posting a picture of my VHS player. The blog person was like, "Oh yeah, you passed." Oh, that's clever though. Yeah, VHS player is also good. I can get like the 很大宝电话. A big public is one thing, but a streamer Discord is a lot more personal. Yeah, payphone. Payphone is really good as well. No one uses payphone now because everyone has like their portable phone. The way of things makes it more personal and allows the server to feel more tight-knit, I guess. It's hard to, it's impossible. I would say it's impossible to avoid rule breakers, but I want to minimize that rule breakers as much as possible. That at least that's my goal. Share my floppy disk holder. Oh yeah, floppy disk. Oh shit. Back then when 8 MB was the bomb. Wow, yeah, for 8 megabyte flop disk? Holy shit. Finger guns. I never have to worry about Discord no software work rules because I don't have one. That sounds like that sounds kind of dangerous though. Only reason I say that is they never got to finish, and I'm probably never going to be heard from or be able to finish anything again because of that. Oh, so it's supposed to be like a full body, but you only get the head. Not the floppies. Oh, the floppies. Ah, I see, I see. Unfortunate, but war is war. I can come to 7 your language thanks to Rhythm Doctor. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 Hey, that's good game. It's made by Malaysian developer. Proud, proud. Not with Discord I meant. I can work good. Ah, wait, do you not have a Discord? I thought you do. That was supposed to be. Ooh, the reference is way more expressive. Mm. Oh, that's really good. Oh, look at the dynamics. And just something about Antro Dragons, my god. I didn't realize the case still had the original user manual stickers. Oh my god. I refuse to make one, I'm a lazy boat. Wait, what is... Then who is the Salo in my Discord server? Wait. Huh? My computer can handle the game. But it's written Doctor. Oh, Discord server. Salo. Salo. I'll squish you. I'll squish you. Okay, let me... Did I send this to Ixon? I don't remember. Did I save this? I don't know. My brain doesn't work anymore, help. Where's Ixon? Oh, I found Ixon. Okay. Oh, I did. I'll send this, but... Oh wait, I forgot. I need to do ear and non-eared version. I mean, it's nothing much. I can just like copy paste this one. I swear I'm not lazy. You in the squish? I'm gonna squish, of course. You're smaller than me. And Kobo cute. Cute dragon win. I don't know if I would want to make my own server. Only reason I'm in charge of one I mentioned is because the other mods kind of stopped caring about it and asked me if I wanted to run it, and I was like, sure, why not? Oh, That sounds rough. Oh, I can squeak. Are you squeak? I'm gonna squeak too. It's too adorable. Try the first level Rain Doctor and my computer always lag at the same part. Consistent on each level. That sucks. Shit. I'm sorry. It's a really good game though. I wish at some point you would be able to like, experience it on your own. That would be nice. Squeak. Kedama squeak. Kedama Ima is so cute. The rats are cute. What do I want to do again? Oh yeah, remove the ears. It's not hard. It's... Look, the room is pitch black and it's making me want to fall asleep. No ear. So I guess I'll just like connect this line here. Yeah, after doing the bleps, I think next art stream, I'm probably gonna work on some of my 3D stuff. Goodbye ears. Bye bye ears. With the ears gone, I need to add more back spikes then. Didn't you do a cute squeak the other week too? I did, but it's a secret. No one knows. Well, someone knows, but not everyone. I squeak too. Kobo squeak need. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Kobo must squeak. The Kobo definitely can squeak, yeah. Well, if I started, it's okay, it's just squeaking. It's fine. Well, I need to ensure peak performance on my squeaking. I'm gonna mute my mic. Actually, I'm muting my mic just to cough because I don't want to cough too loud. Just squeak things. Hey, I like squeaking things. You do know that I mentioned like, oh, I forgot what was the question, but someone asked me like, what kind of toy would I be? And something start with D. Go figure. Hi, Tiara, dear, squeaks on your Kobo? Yeah. That emote. Act 5 as a whole really impressed me even after what came before. I forgot what Act 5 is. It's been too long since I last played Rhythm Doctor. Maybe I should revisit it someday. Then this is the non-eared version. Oh, dog toy? Maybe not. Well, not for me. Are you? No, not MP. I really cannot see. Why am I like this? The room is pitch black. The baseball week. Oh, it must be an update. Look at the cute thing to add to your model using VR chat. Add a squeaker to the nose. Add a squeaker. Ducky for a dragon. Oh, I forgot. I have a Dean ducky that I didn't even take picture of. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, I always forget things. And I have a new glow in the dark plushie. Me who actively squeaks at people in VRC already. I am terrified of VR chat though, to be honest. Like, VR chat scares me. Which is also why I stopped playing VR chat as well. Did you eat yet? Not yet. I think soon. I'm probably gonna end the stream very soon. This one and this one. Send it to Exon. And then before I jealous. Very cute squeaker. I wish I can squeak that good. Then again, I have my other throat squeak when I'm broken, which happens a lot apparently. I would love to be a small mouse in VR chat. 2 or 3 hit beat? Eh? Was last boss song you played the one with the female doctor needing your help and it had lyrics? Oh, isn't that chapter 2? Oh wait, no. No, not 2. The one with all like the politicians and everyone together? Yeah, Act 4, yeah. Okay, before I end the stream, I will now call overboard Itty. Because Itty is very adorable. Let me put the reference pictures in. Oh my god, look at this loop! Look at this little kobold, I'm gonna melt! Oh my god! A kobold's gonna melt looking at a kobold! I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, kobolds are so adorable, I can't. Big E.T. is hella adorable. I know, right? Look at E.T. Oh my god. Crying E.T. though. Don't cry. I'll cry. I'll cry. Oh, I'm feeling lazy again. Oh no. I feel like my 5 hours of stream, actually 3 hours of doing art only. The rest is just me speaking nonsense. Oh, and then look at Steam playlist as well. I will work on this. I will continue working on my art next Monday. I'll do art every week. I need to get back into doing art every week now. Can't wait for every boss level to have a night level. Even the only one we have is the Act 1 boss night level. Or given. Is there only one night level? You're talking about speaking nonsense reminding me of my newt. They're gonna go eat your food. I love art streams, so me excited. Oh, I'm glad. Art Monday is back. Art Monday is back. Art Monday. But for now, Kobo is gonna become big. Oop. Kobo. Hey. Bernie time? Yeah. Kobo big. Let's summon Bernie. Yesterday's ending stream was so rushed. Now it's different. Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. We like Bernie. We like Bernie. Why is my hand broken? cannot sense my hand.
Godro Bongo.
Godro Bongo. Oh hey, look, it's compatible. Thank you, Bernie. Thanks for the head picks. I think I might be able to squeak if I can. Wait, let me mute my mic. I might be able to do that. Squeak check? Squeak check. Need to check. My favorite night novel is either Super Battle Worn, Insomniac, or Wish I Could Care Less. Oh no. Oh, 2-1 Night. Yeah, 2-1 Night is really good. I remember. Alright, squeak check. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try. Oh, I need to disable my filter for this one. Because if I have noise filter on, it just doesn't work. It filters out my squeak. Alright, Kobo's gonna squeak. Wait, let me do squeak check one more time. I think I can do it. There you go, squeaks. Yeet. I've been taught. It's so good. Oh my god, I'll take it. Maybe I can squeak too. And kobolds are a good squeaker, I guess. It's really good to squeak. I'll take it. I should find the right target. Oh, what if I say this? Oh, it would be a shame if someone clipped them. Oh no. Oh yeah, Merp is doing the... That's a Extreme G, that's right. He said I want to try. He said I want to play the old N64 game. Now we have a chance to raid Merp. See that? It's a good tier. Oh my god, you're gonna make me blush. Oh my god. Rate the yip. We're gonna rate the yip. What is this music? I mean, I know what it is. Oh yeah, let's listen to this one again. Yeah. Favorite. You're a treasure? Well, I think you're my treasure. I think all of you are my treasure. I always feel so happy being here, honestly. It just makes me feel like I love streaming even more. It's great. Ooh, Big Thunder. Ooh, Big Thunder. Yeah, it's a good time to stop the stream for now. And then I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday now, as always. need to go work a little bit at least to have some extra income. So yeah. Friends were the shinies we found along the way. I know, right? At first I was so introverted that I don't think about wanting any friends, and I think I'm okay going alone all the time. But after I decide to do streaming, I just feel like friends are neat. Be it like close friends or like friends in general. Very neat. It does make everything better.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You can do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle check.
Handlebars.
Instead of holding your waist,
no.
they could hold your horns.
Oh no. Handlebars. Milk. Friends are very good, yes. Very glad you found a good friends. Yeah. I'm very glad too. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, all of you. Thank you. And also making this Kobo blush multiple times throughout this stream, huh? I don't believe it. And Kobo was blushing almost throughout the whole stream. And golly gee. It's important to get a calcium. Yeah, true. Calcium good. And protein is also good. Kobo's arena with shinies? Yeah. Let's... What I want to do again? Oh! Raid Merp! My god, my brain sometimes, I don't understand. Mer... Z... Kobo. Merp has such the Kobold energy, honestly. Merp has really good Kobold energy. Alright, I'm ready to raid. So tomorrow, well, on Tuesday and Wednesday I will not stream. As always, I'll see you guys on Thursday where I'll be doing... I don't know. I honestly have no planning on what I want to do every time. I just look at some games that I want to play and then just like go play them, or if not, I'll just like, I don't know. Rhythm Doctor? I already played it though, but I guess I can try again. Or something else. Oh wait, I forgot I have the thing. Monster Hunter Frontier Z. Yes, I'll make that work and then I can play that game together. Monster Hunter Frontier Z. I forgot. I can do that. So yeah, maybe you guys can expect more Monster Hunter Frontier Z if that does work, right? I'm gonna try to figure it out tonight and see what I need to do. Maybe I need to register an account or something like that. I don't know. It's a private server because Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate, Monster Hunter Frontier Z is already like shut down on 2019. So yeah, it's a private server. So that's all. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. I'm glad you guys enjoyed my Kobo squeak. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Wait. My brain stopped again. It's okay. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo wants to hoard y'all. That means y'all are my treasure. Yeah. Then I'll see you guys on Thursday lah. Here comes the raid to Merp, another kobold friend. I told the Yip doctor that I was seeing kobolds. Yip. 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 All the yips. Oh my god, smooches! Smooches from kobolds. Yip. 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 Oh, I can see the sour please though. Yep. Thank you all again. I'll wait for the time of the cooldown as always. Don't worry about it. Oh, lizard please is nice. Look at that. I cannot do it. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I hope not. I'm just gonna wait for the time to go down. In the meantime, I can listen to Rumbling Thunder and also wish all of you the best. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves you all. See you guys on Thursday. Take care, take care. Kobo smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.